Morning, good morning. All right. Well, nothing new as of yet. Still doing our same balance. We held our pivot at 74s and then rotated through our balance back up to this 91 to 95. That's nothing new. That was already on our chart from days ago. ES, similar kind of situation. 605, 615, still holding his offer. This has been very it's just been a pivot for a while now. We can see how many toppings we've seen here. I mean, it's no joke. There's clearly someone willing to take in size here. Just fix that. Just even in our overnight session, but I mean, if you go back and look, there's been a pivot. Right? Like multiple touches. So we'll see if we can get over that. If we can, I would be looking for probably just upper balance here, right? So we'll keep an eye on that. That should be interesting. Yeah. Okay. That's probably good. I think it's more a Bud Light thing. I think they both didn't realize who their audience was. So is Newsbot down? The deal. You have me unmuted on Discord and on are you watching on YouTube as well? Hmm. Hi, hello. Man, a blueberry muffin, hard to beat. Like the crusty sugar crumble on top. So good. Morning, Ben. Ooh, banana bread. That's also pretty good. With like a little chocolate in it. we're so stuck here. Let's see if Russell can break us out. This look above will be important. If we can hold momentum here on RTY, I think that leads to a pop. This pivot at 611, 615-ish on NQ, we need to show interest above for NQ to actually get the break, but I think Russell can lead up here on ES. So let's see if we can get over this 95 on ES with this Russell move and get over this like 611, 615 on NQ. If we can get these pops, then I'll look for a secondary leg. Get us the hell out of here. And the Babylon Bee put out a banger. No one is safe. So this is important on RTY. This is what we wanted to see. We were just talking about this. If this can flag here and holds, this could be big. If this fails and rotates back in range, then we're gonna have to be a bit more concerned. So let's just watch to see if Russell can build outside of this. Sorry, above this yellow zone, and then start to show interest over ADR, or if this is going to hold his offer and then revert down to do right, another rotation. Again, we're at major pivots on both ES and NQ here. Showing interest above these will be key for us to actually be able to push above. Yeah. See what happens at 590 here on NQ as we come down. Just balance rotations in the structure. Nothing new. Just an inside candle from our previous 15. Pretty obvious that this guy was absorbed here, right? So this is where we're going to need to show interest above for us to care about long continuation. Or we expect this to kind of just rotate in between these two levels based off of just our deltas on our footprint. If this doesn't hold, right, we're going to see a very clear reoffer of this like 580, 585, and then we can do a rotation down to 560. But until then, just kind of expect that we absorb on either end of this while we wait for Russell to make a decision and ES to figure out if it wants to be able to push above. Note that PLC has just shifted on our developing here on ES at this 91. So it's getting pretty thick up here on our daily. Building out quite a node up at our highs. So this can either turn into this has the potential to if we can't get over this pivot, this 95, and hold it as supportive, this can hold as resistance, and then that'll just be a rotation down to 480 where the developing was last. So we're going to need to see a very clear lift above and bid relatively soon, or we'll expect this to revert. We can see where all of this volume is now accruing up here, and then we'd be filling this structure to make it a more balanced D, right? Right now we have a lot of volume up in this upper section, and we'd expect that then this would fill if we can't hold it as supportive. So we want to see this buyer come in and step up very quickly and pop over that if we're going to go long. And that just agrees with what we already have on screen, right? This is our pivot. But we should expect that if we can't build above and show this as this POC shift as a supportive hold, that we'll just revert back down to the previous developing like I have drawn. So let's see what happens. RTY holding, doing what we thought it would. Got a really nice bounce on NQ at our 590, just like I talked about. Your first risk off, of course, into 600 here. It's also our developing POC flip, right? So this is where the developing is moved, where we're building out this node. If this cannot become supportive, right, we expect that this is then our offer, and then we're looking for a rotation down to where POC was previously, which is here. This is where we would be looking into our previous day value high as our target if we can't build above. So we need to see a very clear look back above this, hold this as supportive, and then pop and continuation up or upside. Yep. So that should be plans for all three. So like the developing POC idea is nothing new, and it's something that I talk about quite a bit to just kind of give myself targets based off of previous structure. Just like a value to value trade, but if you need a reference, there's something that I posted forever ago in trade reviews that you could save. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, there we go. So this is a good reference point if you need it. That's just showing us like our VPOCs or our volume profile, or sorry, our POC shifting. So same concept where we want to see those flip as supportive, and then we'll look at those as targets if we do pull back, right? Just where previous value was found where we were price accumulated. All right, full rotation here on NQ. We're gonna need to flip this 580, 590 for anything more. Should expect a little bit of a bid here. Sell side definitely getting a bit more aggressive down in these lows, but still no shift shown. So we're gonna need to see a bit more from sellers here in these lows. It's a good first risk off. Back into our POC here on NQ at 600. Again, just 590, 600 is this is our edge. This is POC. This is our tail above. Until we can push above 15s, there's not really an upside push, and below until we can push below 580, there's not really a downside push. It's just balance. So let's see what they do here. 600 is where we'd expect a lower high if it was going to be anywhere. Right, just showing that that offer is shifting downwards, and POC is holding as resistance. If we can start to build above, awesome. If not, right, we just expect this balance to persist. See what they do. I mean, I don't think that's a bad close. Leaving a runner wouldn't have been the worst thing, but there's very clearly that's where we should be expecting our offer to be if they were going to be anywhere. We're literally trading like a vegan. It's crazy. They took away the mini. You can't play it for free. Wow. Boomers are in complete disarray. Sorry, bud. I don't know enough about irrelevant information to play the mini, sadly. I haven't accrued enough pointless facts yet in my life. Unlucky. I wanted to like really be clear that you shouldn't be expecting anything insane until we break one of these pivots. The last three candles are dojis, right? So all we should be expecting right now is rotation until we flip one of these edges. Like, really keep that in mind. We have our expansion pivot and we have our downside pivot, right? Isn't the ODST collab just a skin? So is it, I mean, like, what? Or did they add more? I thought it was just the armor. It would be cool if they had like added some of the enemies. It's ODST, right? So it's like mostly brutes and grunts and jackals. You just like every once in a while you randomly got to a planet and that those were the enemies instead of the bugs.
Treasuries pair their losses with the 2 to 5 year yields falling to the day's low. Russia are to extend a full gasoline export ban through September.
Full rotation here on NQ in our balance. ES, no change, no ability to push over our 95 pivot. Russell still slow grinding up. Still just seeing the same absorption into our highs. No change, right? Very clear. Still need to see that offer lip below, or we should expect just another rotation again. See what they can do. We have a minute until new 15s. Yeah, I think that is a smart idea. Watch for an potential offer here into like 96 to 600. If sell side's serious, they will try to slam it down here. If not, we do full rotation up. This is POC from previous 15 on the new open. Offer holding so far, 95, 600. Need to get below this 580 and show it as resistance, right, for that downside leg. Again, it is key that we are able to push below 580, 590, and hold that as offer. If we're going to go down, this is Russell retesting our structural break, as well as ES testing our edge here. We want to see very clear lower highs across the board. Or 80, or buyers just got a really nice discount buy at 80 for a full rotation back up. Should be your first risk off here into 605. Need to see this like 611, 615 flip bid if we're going to go up. Again, held our lows into 580, 590. 580 low held, 590 secondary bid, rotation back up to the top of range. Should expect sell side here, but we want to see if the bid can step over on this attempt with sellers trapped into our lows. There was no attempt to look below, just held our lower balance, rotated back up. Now we're watching to see if we can flip and push above, or if this is just going to continue to rotate. Balance is persisting. Nice. Full rotation of our balance. Look below. Let's see if we can hold it. NQ a bit more volatile. ES still holding this seller. Watching to see what they do here. NQ trying to recover our 90s. If 90s can bid, then we should just get a rotation up. But I'm a bit more concerned with ES. A lack of movement here. Just keeping an eye on it. Again, it's just a full balance rotation. Sellers should be expected into 605. Buyers should be expected into 580. Until we can actually look below and hold that and show this 580, 590 as offer, it's going to be very tough to get this downside leg. So we're going to need to see a sweeper and then that to be retested and then actually push through. Or we should expect that on any attempt below 580 and then a recovery of 590, we rotate up. Just like we're attempting now. Just keeping an eye on this. Offer sitting decently heavy at 600s. See if they can hold the lower high, or if we do a full structural retest. Sorry, of our highs. If we do, then I don't really expect the downside move. You want to see a very clear lower high here after that sweep. Ideally at like 600. If not, then again, like all we've done is trap into the lows and then bid back. And then all we're going to be watching for is that look over 611, 615 area, and then that bid, trapping those people at the low. I I'm gonna keep reiterating this, but like when we're in a balance and we haven't shown a clear interest above or below, like you have to play with the odds that rotations are going to occur. Trying to play a preemptive breakout or a breakdown and not just risking off and risking on right at our edges and playing those rotations is just going to set you up for failure. So until we see like a very clear look below and hold, there's nothing to do other than play balance. You can attempt to hold a runner for breakout and keep your stop break even, right? But like understand that the chances of it coming fully back on you are like incredibly high. So until we can actually show a flip of one of these zones as supportive or resistance, you should expect that these rotations will continue to persist. And like the odds are in your favor to continue to play those edges until you get stopped and it doesn't work. If you continue to just be like, oh no, this is the attempt where we break out. No, this is the attempt we're going to break out. And you keep shorting the lows and longing the highs with that in mind, like you're kind of setting yourself up for failure from the beginning. When you can just be risking off your longs into the highs, right? And leaving a runner at the low and just letting it play. Like we know where the rotation is, right? So like you can either attempt these edges or you can just wait for them to flip and then play that with 10 points of risk, which we have on either side, right? 605 to 615, 590 to 580. So like until we can flip either of those, like we have our risk set. We need to see a very clear look below and hold, or we should expect the full rotation of this D profile that we talked about before. Do you remember when the profile looked like this? And now it's fully developed out, and now it's more of a D structure. So we've now filled in that structure from where that POC shifted. So until we can show interest below this tail or above this tail, we should expect more of the same as we just build out this upper structure. This should be your secondary risk off if you're in a position from 590. If we can flip 615s, you're in a pretty good position for continuation and potential secondary reloads. So let's watch what happens here. This is top of range. So our options here are the same as at the lows. We're looking for price to be able to ideally build here and hold this upper edge, or we'll be watching it go offer and then rotate through, right? Just like we've been doing at the lows. So let's see what they have in them. Yes, into our pivot here at 95. $630 should be first target at ETH high, and if we can push over that, then we'll just aim for our reversion zone above off PVZ. Up here at like 655, 660. So we're looking to see if NQ can sustain here, the 605, 615, or if it flips back below and holds 605's offer for rotations back through, trapping these buyers above. We have to respect that the buyers are attempting here above our balance high, and that this is where they will be looking to accumulate. If these guys fail, right, we can then use them as traders who will be off sides and then play the secondary move on the look back through balance for our rotation. Yes, still no interest over 95s. Need to really see that happen. That interest over our value high edge here where our pivot is labeled right at 95. We need to see that push above and hold for follow through with NQ, ideally. Again, right now, just looking at the 605, 615 as where we want to see longs continue to hold. First risk off is 630. Secondary would be into 5560 for the full rotation. You can always take off a little risk here into our wick highs as we have a known seller, right? It's 2530. Off that bounce point, get yourself 10 points here, but if we can get over 30s, should expect the rotation to 50. Wait, Varg, check out this mod I found yesterday for Mo and Krill. How sick is this? They changed Mo and Krill to Warwick and Powder. Into our 630 target. Again, this is a great first target off of our flip of 605, 615. Being it over 30, should be able to test up into like 55, 60 secondary PT. Might need to build out this area a bit, unsure as of right now. Yes, still flirting with this 95, no real interest above as of yet. They are attempting though, 3 bar on the 5 on yes. Fifteen seconds until new 15s. There's so many apps that just give you the mini a day later. If you don't want to pay for it. Like the same thing for connections and all that. That's what I use. I don't care about the same day. Just play all the previous ones. Into our 605 here, watching to see if the bid can hold and get back over 15s, or if this is going to retest 600s, the reoffer 605, and then rotate down. We want this bid to be like pretty clear here if it's going to hold. If not, then rotations back down makes sense through balance. Trapping these guys above. New 15s have opened at our pivot here. Yes, pretty flat. Still just holding 495 as offer. No change. Again, just watching to see what our interaction is here. Can we hold and bid back above? What happens into POC here? Does this offer and then rotate us down? Or are we able to then get back over 15s to try this long again? As we push down into 590, this should be your first risk off. You are playing the flip back below 605s. If we should expect a break of our lows. I don't know if we're going to get it on first test. We're going to have to watch to see how reactive this 590 is. There's potential that we need to do a full rotation of our balance, but because we have trapped buyers above, like we talked about, into our 630s, and we've stepped back below, I'm not expecting that this 580, 590 is going to hold too strong here. We should be looking for a break below with the catalyst above. But there's potential that the buyer is still here and that we might need to retest 600s. I'm just not sure yet. We haven't seen enough on the sell side yet. So just keep that in mind that we still need to step below this 580. But if we are able to, we should then watch 580, 590 as offer and then look for rotations down to like 560. Again, it's all about the failure at the high of our balance to hold and maintain, and then the look back in. And then it's like, okay, well, those people are now trapped. Now let's watch to see what happens. So here's your 580 test, secondary risk off. Let's see what they can do here. Again, need to see a step below and then the ability to hold. And if we can do that, then we're good. If we step back over 590, right, then the buy side has a chance to come back in, just like we've been doing. We understand that this is buy side value. We understand that this is sell side value up into these highs. We're watching to see if we can maintain this. If we can maintain, then we'll watch for that rotation. If this can hold, we'll look for something like this, right? Did not mean to move that. All right, and again, first target's 560 here off of our flip of 580s, just like we talked about. Should be risking off a little as we push down and then leaving runners. Our 30-second opening range here is 560 to 540 on NQ. The full target is just into this 540, right? But we should respect that 560 being supportive. Remember, our POC shift occurred at 550, which is your 30-second opening range mid. And that is where we were looking for PT. That is also where our value low is on the daily profile. So that is still our downside target. But again, 60 is a great first PT. And then secondary PT will be this 50 to 40 off of the flip. And there it is. Take off a little bit more risk. Beautiful trade. So again, I just want to like reiterate, it is balance within our structure, but as soon as we're able to hold, we look to play up to targets, and as soon as we push back through, we look to then play the rotation down. And because we have trapped liquidity above our balance, we're looking for a break of these lows because these guys are now offsides above, right? So as soon as we are then offering this and failing to push through, we should then expect that sell side is going to then be able to rotate further down. And that'll just head to our target that we're thinking, right? That's where value is found last. So we had a failed shift of value above. So we're going to head back down to where value was found previously, right? And that's just back into this distribution that we were playing in earlier, which is just, again, like our POC shift. So if you're uncomfortable playing this internal rotation, right, you can just play our edges and then play the re-entry or play the push out. It doesn't need to be overcomplicated. But again, as soon as we have a catalyst, we then have a bit more directionality at our disposal. And again, this is our 30-second opening range that we're trading in currently. Great job, Grotto. That's your full move on ES as well, off our failure at 95s, and then our rotation down the target here. No change. Jesus. There's really not much to do here. We either pop back over 90 and then bid from a hold of 60 here, or we're just gonna watch for another down leg on the flip of this 40 to 50. So all I'm watching is like, can we hold a higher low here and then rotate back up with this being first target into 80? And then like if this can hold, we'll just look for this potential re-entry here for rotations through. Or this fails, right? This offers, and then we'll look for like a continuation down. Something like this. Structurally.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent on X says there are 11 strong Fed chair candidates. After Labor Day, we'll start interviews and present a shortlist to Trump. In 10 minutes' time now, at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting comments from Fed's Barkin, who speaks before the Greensboro Chamber of Commerce State of our Community Luncheon 2025.
So if sell side's serious, this will be our first area where we'll see signs. Again, we need to look below 40 for me to really care, but we'll be watching to see if this seller here holds our offer. So what I'm going to be doing is just putting a fixed range on this, and then we can see where we need to hold price-wise. Short term, right? This is where we're watching.
In 5 minutes' time now, at 12:45 p.m. Eastern Time, Fed's Barkin speaks before the Greensboro Chamber of Commerce at the State of Our Community Luncheon 2025. No indication if there is a text expected.
Voice news disconnected.
Okay. But again, like until we get below 40 to 50, like I just really don't see see it. It just seems like balance between 40 50 and 80 90. With 60 being like our short-term flip or where secondary buyers are expected. I won't take sell side serious until we see 60s go offer and then we rotate below 40. Just no reason to. Just expect balance here. Short term. The reflective vests over the camouflage is interesting.
Shortly expecting possible comments from Fed's Barkin.
That's your full rotation into 80 to 90. Should be your first risk off. If we can flip back over 90s, there's potentially a bid, but this should be your first risk off, just like we have talked about already. Again, not looking for more downside until we can flip below this 40. Just doesn't make sense. It's just a 30-second opening range that we're holding, so no change.
The Fed bids for 5-year notes total $8.4 billion.
I mean, it's just like what I talked about, which is when you look outside of balance and we fail to hold, we now have trapped liquidity above. And with that trapped liquidity, we now have a new catalyst of potential participants who are offsides. And when buyers are offsides, they are long, right, in the highs. And if they need to close their position, they have to sell to close, right? So now we have two participants who are selling. We have buyers who are offsides who need to now sell, which lowers price. And we have shorts who are loading sells, right? Sells to open, which allows for momentum. So when we push back inside value and don't show interest at our low, and we have trapped liquidity above, we should rotate further down than where buyers were found last.
Gains now flat on the session, according to the Dixie.
Right. So the idea is that if we look above balance, like I have drawn here, we should expect rotations down into our low, which is here. This is right. This is what we call buy side value. Buy side value. Buy side balance value. Right. This is where sell side balance value is. What tried to happen here? Well, we saw that buyers tried to flip where sellers were more than comfortable loading the boat previously. So when buyers tried to flip this and hold, we rotated up into our ETH high. That was our first target. And then we saw that buyers were unable to sustain. So there are multiple entry points here. The first being the re-entry back inside balance without an active bid stepping in to defend this 605 to 615 like we talked about. So your first entry is here, right, for this rotation down from 605 to 615 as soon as we push below. This is what we talked about. That's first entry, right, because we've now shown a complete lack of interest up here from these highs. So what we're watching for now is what we already know is that if this high is not holding, right, as supportive, we should expect a rotation back down to where value was found last. So that's your first entry, because just in a normal operations of how value works, right, how a profile works and how price moves around a distribution, we know that if we can't hold value high, we should expect rotations back down to value low. It just is what it is. On a failure at value high, we should expect a rotation through the distribution back to value low. So we already have that going for us. So that's your first target. So a lot of people are already going to be in trades playing this rotation down.
The US is due to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes. The
But
prior
then
high yield was
this
3.983%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.31.
the secondary idea is that
Taking a look at a note here,
Oh
the
my
steep
God.
curve may deter participation in this auction, which strategists at JP Morgan in a late Tuesday note said will require more of a concession in order to be digested smoothly. Against the immediate peers, the 3s, 5s, 7s fly is little changed on the day and since last month's auction. Near the rich end of its range since September. Also making note of the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net short 2.5 million 5-year note futures, a near record amount and a possible source of covering demand at the auction.
So secondaries, because we have this offside liquidity above, we should not expect that this buyer is going to be able to hold this low. We should expect a new low to form. So because we saw a shift of value at the highs, or a failed shift of value at the highs, we should expect that there's more capacity for price to push down, because we have two kinds of participants. We have trapped liquidity as well as shorts now taking advantage of that positioning, right? So what we see happen is sell side start to load the boat a bit more aggressively into this mid and then push price
US
down,
3
and
to
then we see a
10-year
lack
yields
of a
extend
bid
slide,
really be
richening
here
the
into this
5-year
low.
auction.
So as soon as we see this failure to push back over 590 and show any interest back above, like we saw on all of these attempts from this look below, right? All of these attempts before is we looked into this 580, 590 and then saw bids then rotate us back up. We had secondary buyers step in here on these looks into our zone. We do not see that from this look after we look back down. So this becomes our secondary risk, where we're understanding that because we have this trapped liquidity, that we should be expecting a continuation down, so then we can play off of this look below, as this is now our risk for this rotation down. And then all we're doing is playing to where value was found last. And we know that that value was found here, right, at our 30-second opening range at 50 to 40. This is why it was our target on any breakdown below 580 from this morning, right? This is our POC shift here at 550. This is why we were targeting this area, is because we saw POC rotate up here at 600s, and we know that the POC was developing out before here at 50s. This is the plan that we've been talking about all day. So all this is this, we know that this is where this liquidity was found. We can see that this is the gap fill, right? We can see that this is where our past rotations occurred. Also, this should be your first risk off if you're playing the entry back into 590s, into 605s. Just want to point that out there while I'm rambling. But yeah, so it's just balance. I mean, it's just, you just need to learn how to play balance and what to expect in our rotations, or listen to what I'm saying. That's if you don't want to do it yourself. But yeah, so like, we know that there's liquidity found here. This is where it was found last. We rotated up into this top of balance. We tried to look above, we failed. So we're rotating back down to where liquidity was found last. It's just either all we're doing is we're trying to play these highs when we're above, and we want to see them sustain. If they fail, we are then playing the look below and then the rotation through our value, our distribution. And if this then fails, we're then using this to then play around for the rotation down. If we recover, we're looking for a rotation back up. We do not expect price to find resistance that's meaningful in between this area. We only find, we expect them to do full rotations into our yellow zone to yellow zone. That's all it is. It's just balance. There are rules to volume profiles. And now that we have trapped liquidity below, we can then look for rotations above. As soon as we flip over 615, we should be able to ideally take out this high if we can see any interest over this. Because we now have what? This trapped liquidity into our low. Just like we had this trapped liquidity into our high, right? So if we can show any interest above, we should see a decent amount of expansion now that we've gone for this liquidity down here. But we'll see. Still need to get out first.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes. The prior high yield was 3.983%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.31.
We have an entire series of lessons covering these trades. And full rotation here on ES from our pivot to our pivot. Until we show interest over 595, 495, there's not really much else here. We'll watch for higher lows to be put in and see if we can build. If so, then we'll look for a flip of these pivots for a continuation up. Here are some rules that you can write down, or like, if price accepts into balance area, likely to revert to the other side of balance, right? So like that's your first entry that we talked about on the failure to hold 615 to 605. Like that's your first trade. So we should expect that rotation down to 580 to 590 because we failed to hold the balance high. And that's the same, you can replace the word balance with value to value, right? Value high to value low. So like your job, or like what I try to define for you guys most of the time, like my job is to be able to find where I believe balance is going to occur as fast as possible. Because I usually can find that faster than you guys can by just watching Dom and watching our footprint and like seeing how price is interacting at levels. Can usually find those areas pretty quickly where I believe price will kind of rotate around. And then it's our job then to use these concepts of market dynamics to then make mechanical trades, right? We then trade around those zones based off of where we perceive value will be and where value shows, right? And then it's just playing around those edges. And then we now have multiple setups. We have an expansion setup. We have a failure to break out setup, right? A failure at our edges, a failure to break in shift value. And then it's just playing around either a expansion or a return to balance. And then just playing around those two setups are both mechanical trades with very clear risk. Like the balance trades have
1 minute
limited
now until we get the
opportunity, but they
5-year
also
when
have
issued yield.
limited risk, right? So it's very nice because our structure is so clear where we can just set our risk, and like it doesn't look great from a risk to reward perspective when you draw it out like this, but like when you understand that it's an expectation in the market to behave in a certain way where you're looking for these rotations to occur, right? Again, if price accepts into a balance area, it's likely to revert to the other side of balance. So this trade's RR doesn't look incredibly great at face value, but when you understand that we've already designated, right, we've already shown that this area is balance, this trade makes a shitload more sense of why this risk reward makes sense. It's a 2-to-1, right? And all we're doing is playing
EU
on the
considers
hold
secondary
and
sanctions
push
to
back
hit
into
Russia's
value,
war
and
effort.
then the rotation back. So this feels much better
Treasury when
trade-wise
issued
because our
5-year
risk
yield
is so limited.
3.717%. That's the when issued 5-year yield 3.717% ahead of this $70 billion auction.
And again, like it's just right into our offer and then rotation down. And we'll be looking for a bid to be here, right? Now that we've seen this, we now need to retest to see if our balance is going to hold. So we'll watch to see if a buyer is going to show their hand here, and if they are, we'll then look for them to then push above these highs. If they can push above these highs, then we should have expansion on our hands where we break 630. If this seller is serious and we hold a lower high here on reoffer and we can't get over the 605, we should expect then a breakdown below 580 and then a continuation
So looking into this,
down.
then the European Union is mulling introducing secondary sanctions in an effort to prevent third countries from helping Russia circumvent the bloc's existing punitive measures against Moscow, according to people familiar with the matter. The EU is working on a 19th package of sanctions that's, for now, mainly expected to focus on Russian kidnappers of Ukrainian children, an issue that resonated with Trump when he last met with European leaders in the White House to discuss the war.
So we need to see a very clear
So we're now
lower
shortly
high here
expecting the
at
results of the US
605
5-year note auction.
to
I'll
like
be leading with the
612.
high yield.
605 ideally, if sell side is in control here. We should expect that this offer is going to maintain if sell side's in control, and then we need to see in a very clear look below 580 for this to play. If not, right, if we build at all above these highs, I expect new highs to be put in. Because what we've now shown, interest-wise, right, so like let's think about this from like a market perspective. We already know that this is our seller. We've already labeled this as our sell side balance. We know this is where we should be taking off risk. What we've just done is recover this previous balance, right? From this look below, we then bid and then rotate it up. So this rotation is to be expected. What we need to now see is this seller very clearly show their hand here
compared
and
to
then
the
push us
pre-sale when
back
issued
below.
yield of 3.717%, which
If
is
we're
a
gonna go
tail
down.
of 0.7 basis
not,
points. The bid to cover
fully
was
expect this to be taken
2.36
and then push out.
2.36. The US selling $70 billion and awarding 84.43% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 8.78%, direct 30.74%, and indirect 16.48%.
Offer sitting heavy at 600, just watching our reaction here. Again, like the sell side's job right now is to put in these lower highs, and if they fail to do so, and we show any interest over like 612, bid should really try to step in here again and show interest and then pop. And I would say that we
US
probably take
5-year
out
Treasury
630.
yields rise slightly after
Just
the auction,
watch our
last
pivot.
at around
Very clear.
3.72%.
Again, it's just balance.
Fed's Barkin repeats August 12th speech at an event in Greensboro. That's Greensboro, North Carolina.
Yeah, exactly. And when you can play those trades where it works out, multiple times in a row, you can add more size into a very limited risk trade. So, 20 points on a single contract is not the same in, a trend day compared to a balance day where you have very set risk on your trade. Right? Like if we know that we're rotating in between and it's a 20-point range, but our risk is 10, you can add size in that trade because we have such a very clear invalidation and you can just play that up. So even though like our expansion potential or the volatility isn't large, because of that, you can increase size in a limited range, understanding where price is rotating around in the distribution. Whereas on a trend day where volatility is larger, I want to be trading less size, but with wider stops, and then just allowing that to kind of run. And low vol days, I'm looking to play more size with tighter stops. 45 seconds till new 15s. Still trying to build here. 605, 615 still holding offer, but bid is trying to step up. We're seeing that. Guys at 590 are a bit offsides on the sell side into that wick low. Very clear buyer into these lows as of right now. Again, we need to show interest below this 580, 590, or these buyers are going to be able to hold. Need to show interest over this offer. As soon as we do that, we have a lot of potential for lift. It's just a waiting game. Still no interest over 495 on ES. Russell still flat. Watching new 15s open now.
Surely expecting the result of the Fed reverse repo operation. $21 counterparties take $34.744 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Should be your first risk off if you are playing off the 605 edge on the short side. Bid still here. Need to push below 580, 590 for anything more downside wise. We are trapped in balance again. Yes, no movement. Flat. What a boring day. $700. Full rotation here on our balance from 590 to 605 here again. Need to flip over 15s for upside. ES still stuck here at PVZ value to 495. Just this 4-point range it's been trading in for forever. Russell retesting highs. We're just watching to see if we can get over this on NQ for any sort of lead, or if this is going to fail once again in this distribution. It's a great first risk off. If we can flip over the 15, amazing. If not, then it's more of the same. So far, just looking like a flag. I will be right back. All right. A little look above. Let's see if it can hold.
Polish minister says the US may boost the number of troops in Poland. So Polish Defence Minister Koźniak Kamysz is speaking on Polsat News.
U15s have opened, holding above POC. This is the slowest grind up over our pivot. Actually crazy.
US natural gas futures up over 5% to around $2.88.
I'm so excited for NVIDIA ER to be over, man. Just get me out. NVIDIA accounts for 7.5% of SPX and 14% of QQQ. $14. Might be able to get a little gamma situation last hour, but other than that, I mean, I think we're just like so stuck. As we push into 630, again, no change here. 15-point range off of our bounce of 15s. This is where we risked off last. We can push over 630. We have potential to rotate up to 5560. Need to show interest over 30s. Remember, 30 is our ETH high, right up into this. So it's a great risk off point until we can show that is supportive on the flip. Yes, starting to try to build over 495. Very slow, incredibly slow. But as long as you're playing off of the 605, 615 as your risk, this is your first risk off. If we flip back below 605s, remember we'll be looking for the short for the rotation back down to 80 to 90. It is the same trade as before. There's been no change. It is just so slow. We are attempting to hold our bow high. So far, it is holding, and we are building, but if they fail up here again, right, we'll be looking for that look back below balance and then that rotation through. filled a few there into 29. Just looking to scale out as we rotate up. Take off some risk up here. Again, this is first target. It's the same trade as before on the look above. 15's holding into 30s. Next target, I'd like to see what happens into our 45. And then, of course, our 60 above. That is the big target for me. There's target into 45s. Again, full target to me is 60, like this 55-60. But this is a great secondary. Just move stops up. See if we can hold. Let's get that continuation. 60 feels good to me. And again, the reason why we're looking for this 60 to 80 as our offer is because this is where supply is. Just off of footprint. So I can't really look for more until we see what happens into that area. Leo runner to see, but that's the idea. For ES, we're just watching to see if this 495 can maintain. Target is 509 above. I am 95% risked off here. See if we can flag up here, but again, shorted 605, played it down to 90, stopped out, and immediately am flipped long because of how I have my lots placed on Dom, right? So I'm stopped and then filled, and then we just play that up. Just playing our balance. I mean, it's a slow burn, man. You just gotta, like, trust your edges. Allow things. I mean, it's 10 points of risk, right? Like, it's either worth it or we'll rotate back through and then I get stopped and then I immediately flip short for the rotation down to 80. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. That's how I always play balance days. No reason not to. So if I'm short 10 from 605, I take off 5 into 590, right? And then I have a 5 points of I'm risking 5 contracts on the flip of our 10-point area. And then I have 25 or 30 lots on on the flip side. So I fill for my 5, and then I'm immediately long two minis, basically, or 20 micros. And then I just scale out in lots of 2. Yeah, I wasn't even at my PC when I got filled on that. That was when I was AFK.
Fitch Ratings North America midstream growth opportunities are driven by AI data centers. So the North American midstream sector is accelerating investments in growth projects directly related to data centers and AI. The data center driven pipelines provide diversification benefits to midstream companies, though the evolving nature of the market underscores the construction and execution risks.
So the idea here for a continuation trade is ideally like this liquidity on ES is able to maintain. We fill this and then we trap sell side trying to go for full rotation back down. And then we are able to continue onward, right? So we've got this liquidity pocket here, stacked and balanced from the sweep through. We're just watching to see if this will sustain ideally at like 499 to 497. For ES, not as much structure to play off of, but we're seeing some absorption into 45, which was our upside target on the way up to our 60. So I'd like to see ideally, this is completely just like what I would like to see. I'm not really seeing it structurally, but I'd like to see this value high. So like this 39 to 45 maintain, kind of just flag here and continue to absorb. I have a feeling that if this can't maintain, right, we're going to have to pull back much further, right, back down into this structure down here, which would result in something like this. And then we'd have to see a recovery of 45s, and then we'd have to eat through the 60. So I am just waiting to see if we can continue to absorb here at this 39.45, with ES also maintaining this structural hold so that we can head up to this 509 target with runners. Yeah, I mean, we just gotta wait 3 minutes until new 15s. So far, 60 feeling like a very good risk off into that 60. And yeah, I mean, we are, again, our supply was already labeled. We knew we were going to find some sort of selling pressure into this. This is a huge shift in our previous auction, and it resulted in a really large move down. So if this bid isn't willing to defend here, and if we can't pop over this 80, 60 to 80, I'm just not really looking for this rotation back up to this upper structure. If we can get over the 60 to 80, it makes a lot of sense to trade back up into this. And we can even do like a little fixed range here just to figure out where that would be. So that would give us our pivots like so, where we can then look for this rotation. So like a hold of 680, we would then be watching this as our first target. It's basically like 730 and then 750. If we get into 750s, we should expect full rotation up to 800. Just for the balance trade, right? If we enter back into balance, we should expect a rotation through balance.
NYMEX gasoline September futures settle at around $2.14 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at around $2.86. NYMEX WTI crude October futures settle at $64.15 a barrel. And NYMEX diesel September futures settle at around $2.29 a gallon. So NYMEX WTI crude oil futures settling at $64.15 a barrel, up 90 cents or 1.42%.
Oh boy. So the reason why I'm sticking around today compared to a lot of the other days this week is that even though it's slow, our rotations have been incredibly clean. And there's some days where balance just feels awful altogether. But this is one of those days where as long as we're willing to, you're kind of going into it with the understanding that we don't expect a ton into NVIDIA ER. Same as like, you could think of it as like a pre-FOMC situation where like balance is very consistent.
France's Prime Minister Bayrou is ready to meet with opposition parties Monday.
And because of that, because we know that there isn't going to be any sort of like large volatility until potentially the last hour here.
As Bayrou is speaking in an interview on TF1 television.
Our setups are very mechanical.
He did call for a vote of confidence on Monday.
So that
also led to French 10-year bond yields rising off of the back of that.
So that's why I've been sticking around, even though it's a slower market, is that balance was pretty predetermined, and we can trade this with very clear risk. And yeah, it's slow and it's not great. You know, it's not the best market in the world, but it is known, right? Like it's very established, I guess is a better word than known. And because of that, our rotations feel decent, even though they do take quite a bit of time. And so to me, it feels a lot more worth than compared to, you know, Monday or Tuesday. That's I just want to give like a reasoning of why I haven't dipped yet. Just because nothing has been illogical today. And as long as my narrative continues to play, there's not a ton of a reason to dip. And I do expect some volatility into last hour with options starting to expire and some hedging occurring. But other than that, I don't know. I mean, most of the trades are probably done for today. Maybe we get one last like a volatility move again with like options expiration and a bit of a gamma move, but that's just me talking out of my ass. So we'll see. But our balance rotations have been really nice. And I expect the market to open up quite a bit after the NVIDIA move's been pushed. Should open the door to some volatility stepping back in afterwards. That is my hope, at least.
Brent crude futures settle at $68.05 a barrel, up 83 cents or 1.23%.
Very clear shift in POCs on NQ and ES. Just watching to see what happens into our reoffer on the POC above. We are currently opening on new 15s below our value to POC, which is indicative of a potential bearish reoffer here. We need to watch to see how we interact. As long as we're holding 38s, there's no real concern. But if we fail to step over this 45 here in bed, that could be our first signs that we're going to need to retrace a lot more of the structure like we have pathed. So again, just watching our interaction here into this 45 to see if offer is going to flip this or not. Because if they do, then again, it'll be just a rotation back down to this POC here into 20. Keeping an eye on it. Okay, it was looking like she's sick again. Feels bad. Yeah. She just had like a little accident in the house. There's a little red in it. Bit concerning. Sucks seeing your dogs get old, man. Um, yeah, I mean, not really much to talk about here. 45 state offer, just like we mentioned. Just looks like we're rotating through this structure, which makes perfect sense, right? The inability to continue to push means that we're just going to reverse back to where value was found last, which is how we could come up with this pathing. I'm not incredibly bearish here, seeing as ES and RTY are still holding just fine. I think it's just NQ, lack of structure, and then we're rotating through this candle. We can change our opinion a bit more once we see what happens into this 20 to 30. If I don't see any sort of like bid pressure here as we push down into this low, that's could be signs that this might need to rotate back through. But as of right now, this is still my game plan, which is a look into this 20 to 30 and then a bid back over 45s for continuation up. Yeah, so like if you're in a short off of 45s or this flip, like as we push into 20 to 30, I think it's a great first risk off. And then we'll reevaluate once we get down here. Again, like I think this ES liquidity has a lot of potential to be our low into new hourly. This 97 to 99. So I'm kind of just watching that interaction as NQ fixes structure. We'll see. So yeah, again, like I think this is a great first risk off if you're playing off of the 45s. And then let's see what happens here. Appreciate it, Arun. I'm live Monday, Wednesday, Friday for free, and then if you're subscribed, if you're a member in our Discord, then I'm live every day of the week streaming. But if you just want to like hang out and learn, you're welcome. Be here Monday, Wednesday, Friday. No, is my mic messing up again? Let me check. Maybe it like turned on by itself. Here. I had it on standard instead of crisp. I'll just turn it fully off. See if that helps. Let me know if it starts to mess up again. Yeah, and again, like I recommend you just like hang out Monday, Wednesday, Friday, see if you like the stream, see if you're learning anything, if you feel like it's worth, and then go from there. Yeah, don't. And that's exactly why I said what I just said. It's like you don't want to be overwhelmed, but you also don't want to learn the wrong things, which is like depending on who you're watching and who you're learning from, like, you can pick up some really bad habits that are hard to train out. So taking small steps and just uh being careful at first, I think, is totally the right move. Cutting out a lot now. That's crazy. It's all right. So it got worse when I turned off crisp. That's what you're telling me. Okay, so this is target, but we still have not seen an active bid step in, so you don't want to be too preemptive in this area. We just want to watch to see what happens and if we can recover 45s. This can still go down further. This is where I want to see if buyers are present, though, and if we can start to absorb, right? You don't want to oversize here because the downtrend is still persistent and we are slowly grinding down without an active bid really stepping in to defend, right? That's all this is it's just sell side taking advantage of a lack of bid, and we are going to continue to slow grind down until a bid establishes themselves and they're like, hey, I want to buy here. Dude, I can see my mic going out. What is this? It seems like it's a Discord issue. Maybe I need to restart Discord. I don't. Yeah, these guys are complaining on Discord. I'm relaunching it now. Sometimes Discord's just so shoddy, which is why we switched over to YouTube for streaming in the first place, because the stream quality was just so bad some days. All right, let's see if that fixed it. Just relaunch Discord. So, again, we're watching to see if there's going to be a buy-side interaction here into last hour, or if we're going to have to fully retrace back down to our balance high here. And remember, we're watching to see if this 615, 605 can hold, or if this is going to flip offer. I'd like to see a bid step in here and get us back over 45s to show interest. I do not want to actively step in the way of someone selling without an active buyer present yet. right? Like that's the most important thing, is that we have an area where we recognize that this is potentially where liquidity could be, but we still need to see them interact first before we want to size in, right? We don't want to step in the way of no interest with our one lot, right? We don't control market movement, so trying to step in the way does not make sense. We just want to be risking off short side, and we want to be looking for a potential long as we come into these pivots. Especially if ES shows no interest here into this liquidity, like I don't want anything to do with it. But now that we're back at 15s, this is where I show, this is where I start to really look. And I'm gonna just keep our 30 and our 45 here because I think they're important. But other than that, just going to keep our 605 to 615 and see how we interact here. Again, it's really hard until we establish a buyer to really do anything effectively. The only thing that we know is that we flipped our 45 bid and that went offer, right? Like that was the only new information that we had. And we can see that with our shift over our POCs. That's when we mentioned it. Just holding that POC from previous candle as offer and then rotating down off of it. We tried to step in here, right, at our POC, which is what we thought we might do. But we clearly took in size here, and then sellers just continued rotating us down. So not a lot to go off of there. The buyer at 30s was absorbed, and we've rotated back down to 15s. So we have two levels that we need to clear for anything real, which is 30 and 45. So we should expect passive buying to be here at this 15, but that doesn't mean that we're breaking our downtrend yet. So I need to see a bit more for me to care. I don't think there's anything wrong playing off of the same risk that we already were off of this 15 to 605, but I think that the offer is just going to be sitting at 630 anyways, so it's not a huge trade, so I'm not taking it. I'm just waiting. I think that the downtrend's still persistent and that we'll see a sell side here, and then we're going to have to figure out what happens into that. And then we're either, again, watching for this reoffer, for this rotation through, or we'll be looking for this bid to step up, and then I'll really start to care once we show interest over 45s for new highs. It's just fixing this poor structure after we popped through. That's all this is on NQ, right? We did this entire move in one candle, so now we're getting an hour worth of downside for 15 minutes worth of upside. Just fixing structure. And again, like if you're not in from 45s, I just really don't think there's anything worth playing here. It's such a slow move down. Again, there's someone being absorbed into 630, but we are just back to support here at 615. So you've got 15 points of potential range to play around. If you like that risk at 605, 615 again, I mean, it is what it is. Go for it. But I'm going to wait for someone to actually show interest before I actively start to trade again. It just doesn't make sense. Again, like if there isn't a buyer showing and we don't see a strong secondary step in, there's not really a place for me to join the bid. Other than like hopes and dreams, you know? Restarting seems to have fixed it, Surf. So odd. Like the bid just keeps pulling away, and there's really not much to do here. Just waiting for them to step back in and show any interest. They're starting to get a little absorbed here into this 605, 615, but nothing definitive as of yet. Wyckoff is good. It's fine to understand like basic structural moves, but it's much higher time frame. What we teach in here is auction market theory and volume profiles and like market dynamics, stuff like that. So I if you want to have a better understanding of that stuff, that's what I would look into. I don't hate Wyckoff. I think some of the principles are good, but I think that there's better stuff out there. If you join the Discord, I can post a couple books that I in like PDF format for you that I really like. If you just give me your username, like I can send them to you, so you'll have a better understanding of like a good starting place. I use TradingView to for streaming, and I build indicators in that. But my actual transactions are done through a brokerage and trading platform called Tradeovate. Dude, the bid is just gone. It's crazy. Your name's Max420 on Discord. Is that what that means? Sorry. There's your rotation through balance. This should be your first risk off. If you are playing off the flip of 605s, watch your 580 here. See if we can hold it. What a move. Jesus. I'm going to be watching the 580, 590 retest here. That's your full PT. into our 30-second opening range high.
Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500, seeing some downside move. No headlines to back up the move though.
Watching our 580, 590 retest to see if we get any more. Again, we just bounced our 30-second opening range, so this is an important area where we just swept through our 580, 590. Let us see if we can get back over 590 or if this can hold offer. Super important area to retest. If 590 goes supportive again, we can look back up. But if this holds this sweeper, then we should be able to continue down. We're just watching to see if this will hold here. Or if this flips. Yes, again, that's why I've stayed today, is because our interactions have been so clean. So even though we don't have the largest range in the world, the trades themselves are just so predictable. With such like clear risk, right? Like any day where I can risk 10 points for at least 2 or 3 times is like, it's a good day, man. All right, let's see what they do into this. Again, need to show interest over 90s for anything upside. Oh, sorry. Need to... For ES, watch 95 pre-offer. We push back into it. Need to see interest back above that for anything upside. The bid, if it's trying to be bullish, we'll try to hold 80s and then get back over 90. What we need to see is this 80 to 90 be absorbed, right? Buyers be absorbed here, and then a slam back below 80s and then offer that for continuation down. We want to be taking in all that size here, trapping, and then showing that the offer is willing to step down. This should be quite the fight. All right, let me... Sorry, I got a little distracted with a trade. Let me at you. All right, I just added you. I would start with the Insider's Guide one, the last one, and then the other ones are just like market profile and order flow basics. I think that's very good. But I think that that last one, it's a Trader Dale book. It's very good to get you a brief understanding of like how volume profiles work and trades that you can take around volume profiles. I think it's very good. That should give you a good basis. This is an incredibly important area here. This is ES staying into our 95. And it'll be NQ retesting our 90 edge at the same time. We're going to be watching to see if this offers and then rotates below on ES for this trade, or if we can get back up and then do this rotation up. Same thing on NQ here. We need to see a bid really try here to now defend this 90 for rotations back through. And then we can play it back up. If sell side was serious, they would have held this 80 to 90. They still can shoot us back down, trapping buyers here. But then we'll watch this reoffer and then play off of this for the downside move. Until then, you want to be watching this 90 as a very reactive bid, this 80 to 90. We need to see that look back below and then that offer trap here. It is really important. Again, all we've done is rotate back to our 30-second opening range. So the day, nothing has changed structurally on our day for me. And I'm not looking for further downside until we shift below this 40 to 50 and start to show that interest below our 30-second opening range, showing us that the institutional buyers from this morning have changed bias, right? Until then, I don't, there's no reason to look for more. And maybe I missed some moves, but I've never regretted not looking for shorts into our 30-second opening range high. It's always a way better, statistically, it's a way better area to close shorts than try to look for a continuation until we flip it. It's just almost always a very solid reversal area until proven otherwise. And so I will continue to respect that. And sometimes, maybe I get caught and that's fine, but more often it's just our bounce point until we flip it. And so it's better to risk off there and then look for a reversion back up, which is what's happening now. And it's the same as before, right? On the recovery of 590, we watch our 605, expect sell side to be sitting there into the 605, 615. That'll be your first risk off. If we flip 15s, we then look for 30, 45, and then 60 above. Same targets as before. We know where our seller was on the step down, so it's very easy to play around those as our risk offs and where we need to recover and bid above for continuation up. That being said, I'm taking off a little risk here into 600s just in case they start to front load. but I'll take off another 5 into 605, and then I'll try to leave runners. That last book that I linked to you is also really good because it has a ton of examples of trades. So you can go back into like with Market Replay and TradingView and go and look for those setups and practice and like see if they play out. It should give you a pretty solid foundation and volume profile. Most of the way that I trade is based off of volume profile, either like fixed range volume profiles or daily profiles. Don't really mess with like weekly too much, not gonna lie, but fixed ranges, just like looking for breakouts from balance and then looking for expansion. Once you realize that the market's either it's in like one of two states, it's like either in motion or in balance, right? Like it's you can usually find trades to play around it, either at rest or it's in motion, you know. And those concepts are explained in the stuff that I linked. But if you have questions, just type in chat, man. There's so many slow periods in the day where you are it would be amazing if you were asking questions to fill in some of the airtime. Okay, what are we gonna do now? I don't really believe anything else until we get over 15s. This buyer at 600's been absorbed, but nothing crazy. Makes sense to come down and retest 590. That's nothing out of the usual, just a balance rotation. But what do we do now? What I was talking about earlier about like not stepping in the way of a sell it's something that's like once you learn to start respecting that like you don't have buying power to move the market and you just let things play until you actually see the shift that you want, it's going to save you a lot of money. Like that's like one of the things where you can like start respecting Like, hey, there's very clearly a seller stepping down in the market, and yes, we have a pivot here that we want to be playing around, but we're not actively seeing a buyer caring about that level. And so like if they're not caring about that level and there doesn't seem to be anyone stepping in the way, we're not seeing any absorption on footprint, we're not seeing any sort of interaction on the DOM that's showing that it's like jumpy and that there's someone really willing to take in size there. Like, you don't need to be the first one in, right? Like, once you realize that, you're like, oh, okay, well, I don't need to take 17 different stops looking for this knife catch when I can just wait for someone to step back in and then play around them. Like, that is like a huge shift in the way that you trade, and something that like seems so simple, but you realize that you do it so often throughout the day without even realizing it, right? Like it's one of those things that you just do naturally. Like, oh, okay, I'm going to catch the move here. I'm going to do this. Like, and it's fine to be systematic, but like when you start to forget that there are variables that make your strategies work, right? You need that buyer, right? You need that catalyst for your systems to be systematic. And when you stop like caring about the individual variables that actually create the trades that you want, that's when you start to run into some big issues. I hopefully that saves some people of just being like, don't interact yet. Just like it's not worth the long. Like, yes, we have an area that we want to see people care about, but if they don't care about it, don't trade it, right? Like it's really a simple concept of like not to step in front of a bus, but like it needs to be said, and you need to remind yourself of that constantly. Yeah, and I see it's okay to anticipate, but you have to wait for the participation. Like, the auction is still the auction, right? But so we can anticipate areas where previous demand was, but we still have to watch them and see if they're there, and then we can participate. So I kind of agree with the saying, but not entirely, because a lot of what we do is anticipation. But that doesn't mean we have to act on that anticipation. Like if you're in agreement that if your overall ideology that you're following is that the market is in a constant battle seeking equilibrium, right, or fair value, right? Like there should be areas where you're anticipating interaction, because there's very clear value on both sides, where buyers are finding value and where sellers are finding value, and those should be anticipatory levels, right? So I'm like halfway there with you. Yeah, like this is what we saw on this sell. So like this is something that's I think is interesting on this footprint move, and we can talk about like what I was seeing on the sell of like why I didn't want to join this bid immediately. Or the lack of bid, I guess is the better word. So we took profit into the 60, right? And then what did we see start to happen after that 60? This is like, what do we see on footprint itself here? What do we start to see into these highs? Well, the bid's starting to get absorbed a bit, and the offer is stepping down, and this is a potential here into our highs. Oh, sorry, let me put the price on the side. This is our 45, right? So this is where we could potentially hold. We were starting to see that absorption. This was our first level of interest, where it was like, okay, well, the bid is trying here after this pullback, and we have a potential longing opportunity if we're able to hold and then pop over the 60. But if this seller is able to sustain and show interest below this 45, here, let me draw a line so it's a bit more clear. Yeah, there we go. So like we started to see this guy starting to get a bit absorbed, and then this seller starting to step in. And this is just like passive buyers taking in size. But if we flip it, then it becomes aggressive selling to the downside, right? So once we see that reoffer below 45s, which takes place right here in our pathing, it's like, oh, okay, well, we're probably then going to have to come down to where value was found last. And because we had this structural upside candle, I was starting to watch this area here. This 20 to 30 area became important to me because this is where we had 2 POCs on the buy side. So I was looking to see if we could pull back here. So what we see is this movement, which is buy sides trying to hold, they fail. So we reoffer it and then we rotate down. We then see buys try again here at this 20 to 30, which is what we wanted to see, but they fail, right? They get absorbed and then we rotate it down again. What do we then see into this sell? Well, 15s go offer, right? And we step below and then we see a sweeper step in here again, take in, and then we rotate down into these lows. So at no point did we shift our bias or look to really do anything with this until we flip the downtrend, right? All we see is this offer lowering, 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 right? There's no bid yet that we can play around that's active, and we're still holding POCs as resistance on the way down, right? So we have no right side of V trade as of yet. And these yellow lines here are POC per candle, right? So we're still holding these as resistance on the way down. And so because of that, I'm not looking to interact until I see that flip. What do we see here into this low? Why this is a potential interaction? Well, we have pushed below our, so this selling candle where we swept through, we pushed below, and now price is able to sustain at an active bid and start to show interest over this POC and above our pivot where we care about, this 590, right? So we see a bid that's active here. So our risk is back on. We're now looking to play around this 590, 580 because we see an active bid and a participant here, and we're looking to risk off into this seller here, into 615, right? 605, 615. So until we can flip over this, this is where we're actively looking for rotations between this area, right? Until we can flip this 15. Are you guys following so far? Right, we see this whole downtrend, and now we're finally seeing that bid step back in above our pivot, and our seller is sitting here into this 605, 615. So until we can flip above this guy, right, there's nothing more to look for. If we can hold this 590, right, and rotate above this 15 and see a secondary buyer step in, then we can start to look for this rotation up into our 30 where we saw absorption occur, right? This then becomes our secondary PT based off of footprint. And we're looking to play into this POC. And if we can push over that, then we'll look into that 45 where that bid flipped. And then that becomes an incredibly important secondary level for a push. And I think if we can bid over 45s, we make new highs pretty quickly. But we have a couple of things that we need to do first before we can actually get there, right? Or we're just going to be stuck in this balance again. Right, so like that's how I come up with these levels, and what I'm looking for is like I'm not looking for a long until I see a shift of these POCs. All we're seeing is this offer step down, step down, step down, step down. Right, so we have no one who's off sides that we can play around, and we're trying to long into resistance. So there's been no flip yet. There's been no bid at the lows. There's no offside seller into our lows. It's just our seller is above us, and we're rotating back into them, reoffering, and then continuing down. So until we get this shift, you don't really want to be looking for that long side yet. And even this long is just going to be a short-term trade until we can flip back over our most recent sellers, right? But once we do, then we have a very clear break of our downtrend off of the flip of this 15, and then we can start to play our rotations back up. But this recovery here is incredibly important to look to play long around, because if sell side was serious, we would have held this dramatic seller here at this 90. Can they still step back in? Yeah, totally, right? Like if this 15 seller is serious, we could then offer, push back below 80s, this 80 to 90, offer this, and then play it more down. If this 15 seller wants nothing to do with this push above. But like, what are we doing right now? We're looking above right now, right? So this is an important test to see if our buyer is going to be able to hold here. And we can see that that's what this seller interaction is. If we can show interest above, we're now watching that happen in real time off of a hold of our 90s, right? We got our rotation. If we can bid here and hold, should be able to look for 30. And we can see that that played with our flip of our 95s as well on ES. And we can see that shift to POC as well, right? Right side of V. Very different than what happened here into these highs where POC was holding as resistance. Now we have POC opening above on the new 15s, holding that as supportive and rotating back up. So based off of that, where should we be looking to risk off if we're playing off of that POC flip? Well, probably into the POCs as resistance, right? So we just watch this value edge here, and this should be your first risk off, right? This is where that seller's resting. So if you're playing that POC, playing off that POC, this is your first risk off. It makes sense because this is our value low of our sell side candle on the pushback down, right? So this is where that offer should be expected. If 15s can hold here on NQ for this rotation to 30. Note that value low of this candle is currently at 605. Right? Our risk right now is this 15 to 605 still, no change. Just watching to see if we can develop above. As long as this is holding, should be able to rotate up, and then we look to see if we can rotate to 45 afterwards. If this fails here, we know that this will be a trap. We'll look for that look below, and then it'll be a rotation through, trapping this liquidity off sides. It's the same trade all day. It's balance. All right, there's your push into value high at that 501.50 on ES. Watching to see if the offer holds this and flips us back below 499, or if we can establish a bid up here. Same thing into our 630 here on NQ. This is where we absorbed last. I could see a bit of a potential need for a retest of our pivot here. We need to watch to see if this can like immediately flip over and start to sustain above this, or if we're going to need to rotate down first and then go for it. I just don't have the answer for you yet. Got to watch to see how we interact into this. 5 minutes until MOC, by the way. New 15's just opened. I need a coffee. Oof. I don't know how I feel about this guy at 20. I mean, he's definitely trying. I just don't know if it holds into MOC, which happens in 1 minute. Don't have a ton of faith in him.
One minute to go now to be the market on close imbalance data.
Hmm. I have no clue what happens in MLC. I could see us wicking into like the 605, 610, and then immediately grabbing liquidity and then going. But I don't know. I don't have enough information. Everything's saying that we are able to continue to push up if
10
we can get over
seconds.
this 30. But I don't know if this 30 holds as offer, and then like what I'm afraid of into MOC here is an immediately this gets eaten and we wick back down into this and then we rotate back up. So just be
Market
careful.
close imbalance. S&P 500
Watching
buy side
45s for a flip.
48.9 million. Nasdaq 100 buy side 138 million. Going to now 388 million. Dow 30 buy side 98 million, and Mag 7 buy side 443 million.
If this 30 sustains, I don't think we have anything to really worry about. Just gonna keep an eye on it. I'm flat, just waiting. Remember, there's like a second set of volatility that steps in 5 minutes after at 55. So let this settle, and then there'll probably be one more move in 5 minutes. Watching our retest into 30. The 30 bid was okay, but I'm not a huge fan of this area, man. Like we've still showed no interest over this this high on ES. And the seller is just still very clearly here into this 45 on NQ. I don't know. I was hoping that we'd get like a nice end-of-day gamba, but not looking too good. Nine seconds till volatility. They're usually pretty close after market, like 5-10 minutes. I don't know what it's going to be today, though. I didn't look. Yeah, it's like usually like right at close. I just got filled into 45 from 30. I don't know if we're getting any more, so I'm just gonna put my stop at break even at 30. This little small runner.
So just a reminder, after the bell, we get at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time, NVIDIA's Q2 2026 earnings.
I'm not really expecting a ton here, boys. I think 45 makes sense. We'll see. Maybe I get lucky with my 30 and that holds, but I do not know. What a nice balance day, though. Come on, wasn't terrible. Appreciate it, Rocket. Now you're loaded. Oh boy. Which way? Which way, Varg? Where are we headed? Oh, holy. Ah, okay, I got stopped at 30s. Later, Zeno. 10 trillion market cap. Hell yeah. Yeah, 45 high. Makes sense. I don't know if that holds into NVIDIA or it's kind of meaningless, but that 45 offer made complete sense. 30 stay offer now. We could rotate back through, but let's watch what NVIDIA does. I will be right back while we wait. Excuse me. All right, boys. This is it. Oh, the Jets are out. Stream's gonna be crazy this week. I need to get the air show cam. I'm probably gonna have to mute for like extended periods of time this for the rest of the week. We'll see. Last year it was maybe it won't pick up, but with CRISPR off, I don't know. It might pick up a lot this time. Yeah, Labor Day air show. Oh god. Is that for all cities, or am I just like lucky that our air show aligns with Labor Day weekend? Like, surely they can't do that in all cities at the same time. Yeah, okay, just get lucky. That's how it's always been here. It's very nice. Mm-hmm. I'm definitely, this is my last year here, but enjoy it while I can. No, I'm fine with the build. I'm fine with living downtown. The management here is so bad. Like, it's unbelievable how bad they are. While I've been here, they've gone through 3 different management companies. Like, no one can get it together. I don't know. Like, I really like the location, so I'll probably just move like a block away or something. There's a bunch of new places that just opened. But this place is just like it's insane how bad the management is. I mean, how many times have I had to leave the building from a false alarm fire alarm? I think I'm at like 10. Like what? And they all happen at like 2 to 4 a.m. Like what why? I don't know. I'm just kind of over it. while we wait, let's see if we can figure out where this is going to tag liquidity wise. Let's go to like so this HV test made sense. This one makes sense. This one makes sense. Call it like that. Where'd my meme go? It's gone. Holy shit. Did that come through on the mic? Yeah, okay. Like right out my window. Mhm.
Ten minutes away from Nvidia Q2 2026 earnings with an EPS estimate of $1.01 and a revenue estimate of $46.23 billion.
Yep. There's so many good memes. This one's pretty solid. Just gotta bring this energy in here. Surely. Dude, this growth is nuts. Check out this. It's a crazy post. Wait, it cuts it out. That sucks. Does that fix it? No.
Is going to get NVIDIA Q2 2026 earnings with an EPS estimate of $1.01 and a revenue estimate of $46.23 billion. 1 minute to go now. Ten seconds. Still waiting.
Market hit that pivot into 80 and immediately sold. Let's see if we can get through the supply here on Q. ETH high here on the video. Oh!
Adjusted EPS of $1.05, $1.05, a beat on the estimate of $1.01. Revenue $46.7 billion, a beat on the estimate of $46.23 billion. Data center revenue
That's right at our pivot.
$41.1 billion,
Pivot to pivot so
a
far.
miss on the estimate of $41.29 billion. Gaming revenue $4.3 billion, a beat on the estimate of $3.82 billion. Nvidia third quarter revenue is expected to be $54 billion plus or more minus 2%. And also Nvidia approves additional $60 billion in share buyback. So again, Nvidia second quarter data center revenue $41.1 billion, a miss on the estimate of $41.29 billion. Seeing a downside movement here on the Nasdaq.
There is no bid
Also,
on NQ
downside
yet.
post market on Nvidia down about 4.9%, getting off the back of that data. So again, just go over those numbers. Adjusted EPS $1.05, a beat on the estimate of $1.01. Revenue $46.7 billion, a beat on the estimate of $46.23 billion.
Little absorption at
Nvidia
40.
sees third quarter revenue $52.9 billion to $55.1 billion. Estimate was $53.46 billion. Now, Nvidia shares falling 5% after second quarter data center sales miss. Nvidia says no H20 sales to China-based customers in second quarter. Also, Nvidia says $180 million release of previously reserved H20 inventory. Nvidia sees third quarter adjusted operating expenses at about $4.2 billion to $5.9 billion. Compute revenue $33.84 billion, a miss on the estimate of $35.87 billion. Networking revenue $7.25 billion, a beat on the estimate of $5.07 billion. And Nvidia sees third quarter adjusted gross margin 73% to 74%, compared to the estimate of 73.4%.
Ben stepping up here again.
Nvidia says Blackwell architecture grew 17% sequentially. And Nvidia says cloud service providers about 50% of data center revenue. Also, NVIDIA says large CSPs represented about 50% of data center revenue.
Yeah, later, Surf.
So seeing AMD and TSMC shares follow NVIDIA lower after earnings.
There's probably going to be a decent short at 540 on NQ. That'd be my guess. I don't have the balls to play it, but we'll watch that. I'm curious to see our reaction there.
NVIDIA says it's not assumed any H20 shipments to China in Outlook. So you're not assumed any H20 shipments to China in Outlook.
Surely NVIDIA opening the 5080 cards to GeForce Now will save it. Surely.
So just summarizing, NVIDIA giving lackluster forecast and stoking fears of AI slowdown. NVIDIA maintains quarterly cash dividend of 1 cent a share, in line with the estimate of
Huge.
1 cent a share.
This is our opening range here on NQ into 540, 560, testing it as offer. Watching to see if the bid can flip back over that or if offer is able to maintain here. It's pretty bearish if 540 flips on this retest. We'll see what they do. Definitely someone trying to take it in here. I'm going to stay on for like another 5, and then I'm going to dip. I just want to see how we interact here. Very curious. This is our push into our sweeper here into 580, 590. This would VWAP as well. See if sell side is now willing to defend this, or if market's stabilized. Just our same balances earlier. But we're now holding it as resistance, which is interesting. That's why I wanted to see if like our levels will still maintain with all this volatility. So far, good. I don't know if we get too much more NVIDIA movement until earnings starts, the call. I'll link that in chat. What's it, it's ongoing. Actually, if you want to listen to it, I'll just link it in chat right now. You'll have to make an account before 5. So as of right now, structurally, this looks like it makes complete sense. We just rejected our bow low. Pushing below, now offering our 50 to 60, which is our opening range mid to high. Probably bounce here at 510s and then retest 40s. We'll have to see, but that would be my guess. But already not bad.
Seeing shares of AMD falling about 1%, Broadcom shares falling about 0.6% after the bell following NVIDIA results.
It's the quickest 50 points I've ever made.
So just looking at some what analysts are expecting then in regards to NVIDIA's third quarter estimates. So well, with sales that they expect will be roughly $54 billion in the third quarter, which runs through October. the company sent a statement Wednesday, though that was in line with the average Wall Street estimate. Some analysts had projected more than $60 billion. The forecast excluded data center revenue from China, a market where it struggled with the US export restrictions and opposing pressure from Beijing. The company's tepid outlook adds to concern that the pace of investment in AI systems is unsustainable. Difficulties in China have clouded Nvidia's business, though the Trump administration recently eased restrictions on exports of some AI chips, so that country, the reprieve hasn't yet translated into a rebound in revenue.
There's your reoffer from our 510. Just coming back up into this. See if there's another short here or if there's nothing. Developing below here would be pretty bearish for the market. Been trying to step up.
Google is investing an additional $9 billion in Virginia through 2026 in cloud and AI infrastructure.
Watching our 40 retest. There it is. Beautiful. All right, well, that was a quick 700 bones. I'm going to dip out. If this holds below this 40 to 60, pretty bearish. Just look for our downside targets. Just watching to see if this can develop. 510 and 500 should be pretty supportive, but if we continue to hold here, let me actually draw out some targets while we wait. I don't think this is going to really get a ton of movement until this call, but I'd just be watching this is a very nice little distribution that we made down here, and then we have this upper that's interesting. say right here. Let's see if this is similar. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna head out. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace.